Hello, welcome back. Look, you made it back. Hopefully, you're doing well today. Um, Today marks the official over the halfway point. Our streaming every day for a month goal. Um, I think unless something changes drastically in the next 15 days, I think we might be extending this to a 3-month goal. But we'll go ahead and wait until we reach this one before reevaluating. Um, but this seems to be really working out for us. It keeps us consistent and keeps us busy. Um, Allows us to kind of get through game series pretty quickly. Surprisingly, I wasn't expecting to get through the Myst series so quickly. I think we've been doing this for about a week and a half. Excuse me. Um, let's see. Started Myst January 10th, January 9th. So yeah, it's been about 9 days um since we started our Myst playthrough, series playthrough specifically. And I think we're getting through it pretty quickly. Just a reminder, after we finish Myst 5, we will be playing Uru, which was still related to Myst. It's got some of the characters. It's just it was built as an online multiplayer experience. I purchased all condensed, all in one package for single player. So, sorry, I have something gums there. So we'll be playing that after 5. I don't know if we'll get done with 5 today. We got through the first couple ages yesterday. The stream today will be about as long, maybe a little bit longer, but probably 4.5 hours ish, like we did yesterday. So we might not finish Myst 5 today, depending on how long it takes to figure out all of that stuff. But either way, once we finish that, we will be doing Uru. And then once we finished Uru, we'll be doing Abduction. Abduction's the spiritual successor to Myst. And while Abduction's going on, I'm going to create a poll on Twitter, which I will link here during the stream of Abduction. And then of course it'll be on the Twitter for future thing, and we'll see what people want to play next. Like I've got 2 first time playthroughs planned, and then I think I'm gonna throw just another series that I've played through on there. With the exception of the last game, so make sure you tune into our Abduction team to get a chance to look at that and see. But yeah, I'll be linking that, and I'll set up a poll. So by the time we're done with Abduction, we'll be able to wrap that series up with a little bow and then move on to our next one. And probably what I'll do is I'll go off of the vote. So whatever the first one is will be the first series we start with, and then the second and the third. Because I want to play through all the series. Then I have some other ideas after that, but we'll see where we're at. Basically, currently I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I have 14 different game series, not games, not specifically just games, game series that I would like to play through with you guys. So we've got plenty of content there, and of course, as new games come out, we'll be exploring new games. Like Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 is supposed to come out sometime this year, as far as I know, and I really want to play that. I think there was something else that's supposed to be coming out this year. There's a few things coming out this year that I'm excited to play. So we'll probably take a little break from some of these playthroughs to do other stuff. We may not consistently just every day play through the series, especially if it's a longer series. There's one series that I have written down on here that has 12 games in it, and they're not short games. So the beginning few might be, but later on they get longer and longer. So um we may take, you know, little breaks to do art streams or some other streams or to do new games and stuff like that. But yeah, so look forward to that. We will be in a few games. We will be deciding what the next 3 series that we're going to play are. I think these are fun. It's nice going back and looking at how the development of a series changed over time, how the developer themselves had tried to, you know, like with Myst. I feel like Myst is a great example because it went from like this, oh my god, what is this game? It's so amazing, to having to deal with a different audience by the end, right? It's really interesting to see how they were like, okay, well, how are we going to capture people's attention, you know, in 2004 or by when did this come out? Myst 5 release. Myst 5 released in September 19th, 2005. So let's look up 2005 games. All right, games that came out in 2005: Resident Evil 4, God of War, the original God of War, Psychonauts, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, Chaos Theory, um, Shadow of the Colossus, an expansion to Guild Wars, um, Prince of Persia, like the second or third one, Fear out, quite a few games. Condemned, which, whew, that game. Destroy All Humans, and Guitar Hero, right? So playing this game and thinking about that, it's like, okay, well, what did the developers do to try to keep that relevance? And that's kind of what we're experiencing here. And speaking of experiencing, let's go ahead and swap over. Um, those of you that weren't here tomorrow, we did solve the first 2 worlds. We are now moving on to the third. You'll see the game and see me. Actually, I need to turn on the audio for the game. Go. That. All right. You won't be able to hear anything. There's no audio going currently. Once we get into the game, you'll be able to hear it. All right. So we are going to go ahead and jump back in here. We had just entered the third world. We were going to start exploring it and figuring out what we need to engage with, what we're looking at. But yeah, we have the third world, the fourth world, and I'm not sure if there's anything after that. But because the idea is that these tablets unlock a big tablet at the end, and we only need the 2 more tablets. So go talk to our I'm totally not a villain friend. See what's going on.
Welcome to my age. Nolaben. When Dukhni died, I fled here. From death to death. You will see the fingerprints of the creatures everywhere. This was their home, and they did not welcome me. To survive, I was forced to learn.
Oh no.
You will learn here as well.
Forced to learn? What dare they?
It is not like the other ages.
Wow, that's a weird place to cut off that sentence. All right, let's grab our tablet. So, also for those of you that weren't here yesterday, this game has a mechanic where you draw something on this tablet, and if it's close enough to a symbol in the world, a little creature will come up when you drop it on the ground and interact with it. So, like these symbols will look something like these. But for example, this. If we draw this, probably poorly, but it's kind of forgiving with this, but in other, I guess it depends on the drawing. There's some drawings it's been like, oh yeah, no, that's fine. And then others it's been kind of like, because we solved one world by accidentally drawing something that wasn't the thing we were trying to draw. So, all right, we're gonna drop this, and this is the mechanic here. We drop the tablet. This creature shows up. Doesn't know what it is. When they scratch their head, they don't know what it is. It means you need to fix it. I thought it was pretty good, but apparently he did not. Oh, they're too far apart. Got it. I'm trying to figure out, like, what the thing is. Like, I think it's just spatial. Like, where a drawing is in relation to other parts of the drawing. And then, like, a thickness. I think it just comes down to, like, the thickness of the shape and, the distance between the parts of the drawing. I think those are the two major factors that play a part in whether or not they recognize it. Oh, still nothing. Oh, maybe it's upside down. I didn't think about that because this curve is technically like this. Maybe it's upside down. Yep. Okay. It was upside down. That's what I thought. So that is a mechanic as well. So, like, they will do a certain thing. So symbols like this give them. They basically use some sort of power, and it goes down here, to do something. In the first world, it was create a seam. In the second world, it was to change time, to fast forward through time effectively. In this world, it seems to be raining. And then there's other symbols that are for teleporting. So that's basically it. That kind of catches you up. But if you want to catch the first half of this playthrough, if you missed it for whatever reason, you can find that down there in the videos. So. Every point and click game played is down in a collection called Point and Click. After we get done with this series, I'm going to also create a collection for the Myst games, so you can watch just the Myst games. You don't have to go through all the other point and clicks. Seems to be a dead end. Well, we need to get over there, I guess. Does rain change the... Okay. So there's a goal over there. Oh, it's the... Looks like Yggdrasil. The Tree of Knowledge. I hope they don't want us to draw that, because that's not going to happen. Not in a million years. Alright, so this seems to be a dead end. Currently, we don't have a way of getting over there. So we need to check beach, the other side of the beach, and this is a dead end. We can make it rain, which looks like it pushes the shore, pushes the tide up. Like, there's an up. That's a good thing to notice there. I don't know if we can go up this. Okay. So, here's an important thing too. You can't go up ladders with the tablet in our hands. So you have to find something to do with the tablet. Either you take it back, let them take it back, or I mean, that's basically it. Either they take it back or you take it back. Alright, let's check this tunnel first, and then we'll put the tablet back, and okay. This looks like it's the other side of that Yggdrasil Cove thing. See anything else? Birds on the puffins? No, those something, I guess. Galapagos changing the bill kind of birds over there. Alright, so let's go put our tablet back and climb up. We'll probably have to come back down for the tablet, because I'm pretty sure we're going to get another sign up there. But we haven't found our puzzle yet. Every age seemed to have like a major puzzle. We were trying to, well, we might have just found it. That we were trying to solve. So okay. Got symbols on these. Not exactly sure why. Seems like the either below or above. Okay. Look, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Circles 5, 6, 7. So it looks like it counts. Okay, there's a symbol there we need. That's probably what they want us to find. Little squiggly line. So we'll have to get our tablet and draw that. It would be nice if we could find a tablet thing up here. But I'm gonna open all of them for now. I don't think that's really gonna get us anything, but there's also, that's probably a symbol. Maybe. Probably not. I don't know why they would give us that one. We only have... Also, we don't know what the rain does in interaction with this thing. Alright, that's all. Alright, let's look at this plateau that we're on. We might find something else. We'll try to burn the squiggly line into our brain, so maybe we can recreate it without having to see it. Okay. Have here. Like groundhog holes, maybe? Huh. Something. like it rotated the entire thing. Backwards. Backwards. What does rotating it get us, though? I don't know. We have this. This is a way to interact with the building. Oh, so is this. Okay. We have two, like, rotational stones. Double check. Okay, so that I was wrong. That stone that was below us does not. It's not that. That's probably our end goal then. That's gonna probably like open that up or lead down or have something come up. I think you can kind of see a light right there. So there's probably something under the water that's like a bridge. So that's probably where we're gonna end up. Age. Two rotational stones. Oh, this is the third. Three. Okay, so we have three rotational stones so far. And they have to match whatever symbols here, I guess. Oh, 4, 5. Okay, so it looks like we have 5 rotational stones. Okay, cool. Good to know. Go get our tablet and draw the wiggly line. See what that does for us. It might put us inside. I'm not sure why we would need that, but... Well, I mean, getting inside is probably how we progress. I don't know if it now have basically that shape. Hey Savidro, how you doing today? Oh, they don't like this shape. Interesting. That's the first time we've ever seen them react in, like, fear or pain to something. Okay. Good to know. That shape doesn't do anything for us. Well, it does something, but not what we want. Alright. So. This shape. The square with a dot in it. Find that. Is that on here? Yes, it's right here. Okay. I turned it to that and it reset itself. Wonder maybe the window has to be down. Okay. Now, this one is looks like my music notes. On here. Yep, those are not there, so maybe we need to see what's through the way. Whatever that one is. No, we don't have that one either. What symbols do we have? Are they the same? Okay, this one has the music notes. Huh. So what does triangle dashes that? Probably the triangle. Not really sure what we're accomplishing here, but three lines and a dot, or three dots in a line and a circle. Circle, dots in a line. Both of these are possible. We might have to make it rain. I feel like that might cause an interaction. Go ahead and kind of set these up as we did this one. Yep. Alright, I think they're all on something. Obviously not our correct thing, but or at least not what we know the correct thing. Go get our battering. Alright. Also, these holes may do something when it rains, so we'll have to check those. Well, I guess we'll find out what the holes do because there's a whole bunch here. So that may have been our hint that we needed. Cause it to rain. Thankfully, it remembers your drawings, which is actually a really nice feature. Like, I wasn't sure about the tablet because they didn't really give you a whole lot of instructions. Now, you gotta remember that games, still even 2005, were expecting you to read the manual, so we may be at disadvantage in some of these things because we don't have the manual. Well, I think I have the manual, but it's like digital and I have to download it, and so like they might have expected you to figure out this mechanic by reading the manual. Because in the first world, I got really confused. Like, okay, I can draw that symbol, but what do I do? How do I interact with it? Right? It's because it's a command for them, right? All right, what does rain do to these holes? He should take it back. Yeah, back for it. Seems like rain does anything to the holes. But what does it do up here? Also seems to do nothing. Huh. Figured something would have happened. I guess the question now, and I think this is the thing about this game is we're not sure what our win condition is, because it's like, okay, assuming I got all these right, well, there's no way for me to enter this from this direction, right? So our guess would have to be that either we're opening the door in the bay, which I doubt, or we're opening the door, so that's not open. Or we're opening the door below, which will allow us to get into the building. There is something up there. What's that? Planet? Huh, didn't see that before. But yeah, it's not very clear on what you're doing and how that is affecting things. even in the first two worlds, that was a bit weird. Like, the first world is pretty good as a tutorial if you realize that you have to use the tablet and how to use the tablet. But it's only hinted at that, like, the tablet is to draw icons so that the creatures will react to it when you place it on the ground. But the problem is they followed his instruction with a warning of be careful because they'll do their own thing with it. So you're like, do I put it on the ground? Do I not put it on the ground? Like, what am I supposed to do there? Turns out you are in fact supposed to put it on the ground. So, all right, not quite sure what we're aiming for here. Okay, maybe these are important. So 1. There's this 1 and 12. This is what's the double circle? Because these are numbers, right? So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. I believe 5 is just the circle. 6, 7, 8. No, that's not 8. There's no 8. 9. 10 should be double circle, so this is 11. Alright, I think that's the first thing we need to do. We need to see how their number system works, and then we need to associate it with that tablet. We may be completely wrong, but that's the only thing that has symbols and numbers together. So. Now, we don't know if those correspond to the things on the windows, which may be the case. But it's better to jot down notes that you don't need than to not have them. Yeah, so circle is 5. And double circle is 15. No, it's 10. So we need to write these in order. 1. Hashtag 4. 5 is a circle. 6. 7. 9 should be a hashtag and a 9. I think this only goes up to 14. No. Oh yeah, it does. 15 is 3 consent. Alright. So, now that we have those numbers written down, too complex of a system, we need to look at that tablet again and see what windows correspond with what symbols and all that jazz. More notes. See what we got here. Alright, it says 1 and 11. So 1 and 11 are this. 2 seems to be the square. So I'm guessing this goes up here, right? So they're basically grouped. What my mouse is doing? That's a group there. This is a group. Dot in it. 3 is we don't seem to have a. Oh, there's 4. Like I said, these may just correspond to the window, but better to have them than to. Alright, there is no 5 that we can see. The next one would be this one, which is 6. Almost yin yang. Alright, we do have a 7. Line through it. We have an 8. No, we do have a 9, though, I think. Yeah, we have a 9. Like I said, this may be completely useless information, but in the world, they took their time to model it, so. Alright. We don't have a 10. We already have 11. There's 12. Don't have a 13, I don't think. Oh, no. Yeah, that's a 13. 13's not corresponding to anything, doesn't seem. So we'll put a question mark to it. We do have a 14. Const. Alright. So we've taken notes on all of this. Say. Okay. Like, it could be this one, right? Because it's next to it. It's doing basically what this is doing, where 1 and 11 are that. But we just took notes. Let's see if those notes do indeed pay off. We don't know about the rain mechanic yet. It doesn't seem to affect this building, as far as we can see. So, alright. What number is this one? So, either it's number 2. No, it's number 3. So, if it's number 3, we'll have a 3. Oh, yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Yeah. But it's none of these. Closest one is that one. That change anything? Certainly did. Huh. curious. Close that window again and see what we're looking at. Now what number it corresponds. It's still... So it looks like maybe the internal stuff is rotating. Because the windows aren't. So that's still 3. Okay. Good to know. That's 3. So we're gonna close the windows that line up with these rocks, just so we know which windows we're interacting with. This window. This one should already be closed. Okay, so let's look through and see what windows we're dealing with. Dealing with double circle, which we don't have. Great. 12, which we do have. So let's if there's that one. Upside down. Okay. This window. Figure out what number that was. Oh yeah, we did that. And have a okay. Have this one next to it. Looks. Okay, let's pick a different window. Yeah, it looks like it's 14. The 6 dots. That's that one. So we may be doing this puzzle super wrong, but I think we've done all of them except that one. I think the goal is to get the stairs pointed at the cavern. I think that's what we're working toward. My guess is because this cave is so close over here. This. Yeah, I think what we're shooting for is to get this open so that we can get over there. So we need to just rotate this slightly. We almost have this, actually. Guessing it's the one that we haven't done. Done this one. Done this one. That one. This symbol too. Does this symbol change per rock? No. What is the one we're missing? That one, I know that one. This one? Yeah, it's probably this one. Like, it matches this window, but that's not what we want, right? Close both of these and see if... Spawn with... 11... You have the thing for 11, so maybe that's it. So it wasn't this one, it's 11. Go, there it is. Or doesn't look like it has it. This one's supposed to be guesswork, because this window is a circle and this window notes down. Either one of those, I think. Try circle. No, I don't think the window match. The only problem is it's going to take a little bit to go up and down and check this. But I think we're very close. We just got to figure out this last one. Okay, that made things worse. So huh. We could see it from here. I wish there was L. No, that's not. So we seem to have maybe had that one right when it was. Also, I'd right track with it. All the other ones did what they needed to, but maybe it's supposed to be the mirror of whatever. So if this is, so like, if it's this, right, the across from it would be through. Like if I'm looking through here, 3 is the one I see. What is 3? The notes up. Maybe it's supposed to be the mirror of that. The windows have to play a part in it too. That's there. No. Okay. Because see, like, the reason why I think that is this is actually mirrored. Right? So this was supposed to be like that. That's mirrored. Maybe all of this is mirrored too? So we should be looking at upside down? Or at least across the way. Let's just do some testing. Let's see if we can figure out how we interact with. Well, we know how we interact with it. Figure out how to. So if this one is Problem is, it doesn't line up with either one of those windows. The answer would be the same either way. Not on this rock. What symbols do we have that are technically that one? Triangle, we have the square. Because that's the thing, is like the square matches up with this, but I think that's the only one that matches, right? If we go over to this one, looking for the notes that are next to each other, and they're not there, right? But if that's 12, have a circle with a line through it. Not. Two. Yeah, my theory is quickly falling apart with this. It's just this stone alone. Okay. Maybe those are the symbol. Not. Okay, so that one might be right. This one. That. That. Okay. So now what they represent, with the exception of this one. Their mirror. I don't know. We'll take a look. We'll see if we've even accomplished anything. Not really. Like, this is definitely rotated. Other side of the cave. Wait. Where's this other cave at? Hold on, we need to some more exploring. We were apparently missing the other cave where that rotational stone is important. Snake. Cave. Be right. Not that one. How do we even get in there? I guess it has to be that entrance. whole lot of sense. You can see water. Maybe let's try making it rain and then see see if any symbols lights up. No, I'm not quite sure what I'm doing here now. So far, nothing. Okay. Snake. Hmm. I guess anyone is kind enough to give us a helpful hint on how maybe how we're supposed to figure this out, or a slight direction or something to figure it out. Currently, I'm stumped. I'm not sure how these symbols correlate. I thought about reversing them because that's reversed. Those are full. Harp over the table? Yeah, it has holes. Wait. Are we supposed to look down through it, or are we supposed to see these reflections? Huh. That's only 4 stones. I thought there were 5 of them. Put these down. Two, 4, 12. Those correspond to something? Also gonna draw their. Have to mute Zoom meetings. Well, good luck. I don't need them. I got them. Okay. That's definitely helpful. Okay. Two. This one. Dots. Okay. Oh, maybe there is only 4. Yes, sir. Oh, expecting another pick in the box of me making things overcome. Yeah, hold. Check. Alright. See. Written down the wrong symbol. That. That one. Rain again. Gotta wait for the rain to stop. I wonder if this tarp over here also has holes. Probably not. It does, but the pattern. Mechanic. I was wondering, I was like, what is the rain interacting with? It wasn't until I looked at the pools that it made sense. And I mean, like I said, I guess this was your hint because you're supposed to draw it like that, upside down, that this is your reflection mechanic. Oh, that. This is the only one that's messed. Gotta find where the entrance. Guess we need to find the one that has the ashes and if maybe that's the one that tells us what our this one. There it is. Maybe. Have that's the that one. That one. So it still has it. Which it doesn't have. Symbols is not. Okay. Ash. So no, like the only one could be is that one. This is the only one that's got that symbol. One to right should be a circle with a dot. Yes. One to the right. 6 dots. Have 6. This one does. Okay, let's give that a go. Those are the only ones that have the symbol match. I just feel like there's something else missing there. Well, that's... they're really good or really bad, depending on into that cave. I do. So either that's completely wrong or completely right. Guess there's another possibility. Is the number tells us the number, but we're not supposed to match the shape with the number we see on that thing. We're supposed to match it with the symbol that's on the window. Maybe that's it. Try that. I think 2 is correct. If I remember correctly, the 2 window is the square with a circle in it, but the other ones might be wrong. here. This is number 2. Should be that one, right? But it's not. Number 2 is the one next to it. 2 is this one. 6 dots. Maybe the one thing down at the bottom is them trying to remember the general idea of this one, but actually. Oh, interesting. Deep in you. Glad someone did. Alright. 4. 4 is right across from me. It's the one on our left. This one's 4. 4 is the across the way, so that's 2. This one's that. So that one, that 4. Yep, that's the symbol we need for the lines. Where are we at? Four should be the one. That should be the. I have 3 lines. This one's 3 lines. Oh, I think it was that one, so that. So that has to be lines. Has to be that one. Okay, so hold on. Let's make sure we're doing this right. This one is the last one is that one over there. 5 should fit. One over 1. 1. Probably should have wrote these down as we were doing them. Yeah, let's just close the windows that make. That one's already closed. This one's closed. Two. 3 here, I believe. Dots. Wrote that one down. Cross. Left. Oh, all three of these are. Three lines. And that one right there, so. Bottom. Oh. Number 2. That's correct. 2 lines. There we go. 2 lines. Here we move over here. Lines. Last one. Circle with a line through it. There it is. Okay. And Bob's Drunk. Alright, those match. That looks like a solution. Let's go see. Let's see if we were indeed. If that is not correct. Well, then what? It'll be a mirror-based guessing. That is correct. No, wait, what? Oh, for a second we got stuck. I'm like, no! Alright, cool. Go ahead and save. Now that we've done that. Yes. Need to learn to jump, yeah. We're going through a winding cavern. Taking us. Ah, here we go. So we need, that is the symbol we need. We're going to explosion thing. Round real quick. Okay, we are inside the building now. That was a really long tunnel for it to be. Oh, hello.
You have unlocked my lab.
Yes.
Impressive.
No.
It is safe here. They are afraid.
Yeah,
They
I
will
drew your
not
symbol
come
that was
here.
on your thing, and they went, ah.
The snake binds them, prevents them from linking. I take no pleasure in what they have endured here.
Sure you don't.
But I had to learn. Did you know that you aid the creatures, the Bachro, as you move the slates? Did Yusha tell you that? Did you know that the full power of the Bachro is restrained by the tablet? Did Yusha tell you that? Did you know that they will not come near anything with the symbol of the snake? Did you know that the tablet that Yusha told you not to give her controls them? Did she tell you that?
No.
I have learned. They are terrifying creatures if not controlled.
I wonder what the snake
Go
represents.
to the top of my refuge, up there. Seal this refuge. And you can climb.
Seal this refuge and climb. Guessing he means close all the windows. So yeah, we drew this symbol and they were afraid of it. Okay, so we can get up here, but this ladder is not... Okay, so I guess he wants us to close the doors and possibly all the windows. Do that, but first we need to go get tablets and be able to teleport. What's that ladder? It's a really poorly built lab. These planks aren't even holding on to anything. They have like this one board. You'd step on either side and they would just snap off. Why wouldn't you build it down here? And then just have ladders that go up instead. Never mind. Alright. Ooh, that was too... Doing that. Weird like... Oh. That. 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 That's probably not... Best we can do. Oh, it does work. Nice. Should now have... Oh, maybe we gotta go there first. Wait, what? Take it. Okay. Interesting. Teleport's not there. Oh, maybe because he said they can't enter any place with a snake. So maybe because he's got that thing on his painting, they can't go. We have to put the tablet here ourselves. Just rude. That there. Now if we fast travel, we should be fast travel back. Yes, okay, cool. Now we need to close everything up. Close all the windows and rotate all the things to the opposite. Just to make sure we all close. Top of it. All the windows are closed. Close all the windows, and we've rotated all the things, so they should be wrong, so it should be completely done. Oh yeah, back to the tablet. The fast travel. Now we should be able to get to the top of the thing. Terribly built lab. Still don't know why you would build. Creepy lore thing. Talking about like the anatomy of stuff or the. Oh, we can zoom in on them. Symbols on phone. Now there's that. We drew that. And not like it one bit. Ah, the letter is down. Yeah, as we progress, we're finding out more and more that he is not a good guy. Which, like I said, when we got to the space place, he's literally standing in a big room with a giant red light on him, like, yeah. Okay. Need to draw this symbol up here. I believe that Escher's linking everywhere by touching a strip of. Really? Interesting. Horrific, but interesting. But does it? But what about Isha? Isha does the same thing where she touches the icon on her right shoulder, I think, and she can do the whole phasing teleport thing. Did she also do that, or did he just give it to her? All connected to a lore thing with Uru. Okay, well, we'll be playing that right after this one. Oh, we don't. Ladder. Gosh darn it. They can't come in here and take this, right? I just set this down here. He has other weird powers. Sorry for Doctor. Is that an Uru as well? Circle, big circle, and then lines on either side. Engberg. Lots of Dr. Inuru. Fair enough. Hopefully they can take it to this one. Not in the building. They actually took... Yeah. Cool. Now we have the tablet up here. All we need now is... You have to look through here. Keep this open? But we still can't cross across it, though. Interact with it? Supposed to... Try to draw Yggdrasil. I'm gonna lose my mind. Supposed to make it rain? Only other interaction I can think of. Don't know what that does for us. That's not the button. That's not what I wanted to do at all. This, I can do this. Raining gets us, but any other interactables with that thing? Let's make it rain. That wasn't rain. Thought I'd... What did they do with it? Oh, they brought it back here. Oh, I guess I didn't have anything on it when I teleported. Rain, please. That should do it. Yep. Go here. Raining. Like it's filling with water. How do we get to the... Okay, I just need a simple yes or no to this. Do we have to draw the Tree of Wisdom? No. Okay, thank God. Supposed to be getting some other information here. How do we get over there? Oh. It doesn't tell us how we cross. Maybe there's a light bridge. I have an idea. We have to do some old school, but not really old school hold the button junk. Because it looks like something has to be on this. So if we drop our tablet there. No? Really? The no? Come on. Check to see if you can walk across the island. Not since we've looked through this. But the problem is even if we could, the door closes, right? So you can see it close. But, yeah, we'll try that. Arming that. Tablet there. Let's see, this is... Oh. That thing I thought was going to be a light bridge is just an actual bridge. Okay, well. That's a good start. Now we just gotta figure a way to keep this open. Visible walls. Well, when we were up there, I saw like this little glint of light from this edge. And I was like, okay, well, we're gonna do something, and they're gonna put a bridge up. But no, the bridge is always here. That's fair enough. Now we just gotta figure out how to keep this door open so we can actually go in it. Hmm. Maybe rain? I mean, yeah. But they seem to be... So, like, seeing these little ones here. Square, the dots, the circle. There's the circle with a down. There's that would... I haven't seen that one. Technically, I haven't seen any of this down here. I wonder if we're just supposed to draw this symbol here in the middle. 3. Maybe. Now that we know we can cross there. Happens. Well, we know that the rain doesn't open the door, though. Still worth a try. That's the thing up there. After. Huh. Undrum. Is there a way to make Had a way to make the guys go up there and stand on that button for us. That'd be nice. We could try drawing the snake symbol again. I don't. It really does. Can't really zoom in anything. In theory, we would get some sort of thing that allows us to like get in there doing this, but doesn't. Like a bucket of water to put on. Doesn't seem to be working either. We draw the sun. I don't know. I'm gonna try some of this door and see if anything comes of that. But sun. Draw some of these. Dot. Painting. What is it? Both of them are missing. Supposed to be on those little turning things. They're both missing. There's 4 like turning rocks. I have 3 symbols. Try some random symbol. Got a. Okay. Squirrel. Oh, you don't know. Got. That again. That I did not do. That down. Oh, don't. That is. That's something. That's different. Had them like stop and talk. Acted like that was going to. Nuts. I don't even know what I'm doing at this point. I have no use for numbers currently. And they're on the windows. I guess we can try opening the windows that are these. How do we keep the door open while we... Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. I saw this little, like, light lit area here, and I thought, like, it was a bridge that was going to come up. Now, it turns out it's always there. I need to keep that open. Only thing we know is that there's a button up. Our tablet doesn't set it off. And we can't really get the guys to set it off, I don't think. I mean, we haven't seen what happens when they actually teleport up to last place, so maybe we check that out. Oh, I just put it there. Something in here then. Page. Section. Explore down here while it's been closed up. Doubtful. Guess this is... Yeah. Followed his hint. His hint got us to the roof and got us to the button that leads to the thing, but how do we... We're there. Can't really interact with anything else. Symbols here. Ladder comes down when this is closed, and the ladder goes away. The thing is like shutting the ladder doesn't, like, we can't flood the top by closing up the ladder. It has holes in it. That's not helpful. And even if we could move the cage up, doesn't look like it's a thing. Looks like it's got torture devices on it. Especially the one that's stabbing into the cage currently. That still has holes. I'm trying to think of a way to get like a weight of some kind onto that button. I'm guessing it's reacting to weight, but that might be wrong. A wrong assumption as well. We can get up here now when this is closed. Let's attempt that. Alright, let's try opening back up the bottom and then teleporting to the top and see what changes there. This one. That. Done that. Ladder shut. Here. Okay. And if we make it rain, it does put water here, but that doesn't help us. Unless our symbol is just like this oval shape with circle. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what this wants from us. Can't not step off this and have that door open. Work. Alright, I guess I'll take another helpful hint. If someone. I have no idea what I'm asking of. This is where you want to go. I can't just like phase through the lens. That's not. Anybody got a helpful hint for me? We did that before. They cower in fear of it. Yeah, we did that earlier. Do it again. Yeah, no, I got that narrowback. It's the problem of I don't know how to get the guys to stand on that spot. How they react. Can't like snatch him up and plate mechanic the game doesn't explain well at all. Try food. Don't have any of that, unfortunately. Little patience is required. Okay. Yeah, we already tried that Silver Star. We put it on the spot and it doesn't have weight. Down. It doesn't set that off. I hear them up there. Problem is, I don't know. Thing in time. So basically, I put the snake there to scare the first one, and then I have to wait for the second one to show up to take the tablet, and that's when this opens, is what you're telling me? Because that's the only way you get time enough to get that to open. Guess we get to play the waiting game then. Might not be in the right place. Might have to go back up there and fix it. Oh, yep, there it goes. Wow. That's a solution, I guess. Like, that's the obvious thing, is letting them push the button for you. I guess the unobvious thing is that they come twice. Oh, we need this symbol, don't we? Because we have to put the tablet there, so it's 5 circles. Go.
No one understands these creatures as I do. I see you doubt that. No one has learned their language as I have. Do you question that as well? What other doubts has she placed in your mind? I have opened my age, my mind, and my understanding, and yet still You question my motives.
Yes. You're a bad guy.
I only hope the knowledge I have gained will save you and me in the end. I will not have the chance to speak to you again. You will link upon touching the final slate. The tablet will be yours, as will the choice.
That's not the last.
I will be blunt, for it is my last opportunity. Duchni's last opportunity. Her mind has changed. Now, she believes she must have the tablet. She believes she is the grower. When you see her, she will beckon for it. Do not give it to her. But the book in Kavir, I have unlocked it. Bring the tablet there to Myst Island. Yeshu will not follow. She does not want to be their master. Bring the tablet to the island. There is no other choice. I will meet you there.
I don't think he's supposed to be giving us this speech right now.
Do not fail. It is what must be done.
I think that's the speech he's supposed to give us after we finish the last area. Because we still got one more, right? Like... Well, now we know the possible endings. Oops. All right, so now we've got to get to the bottom floor. Also, thank you guys for the assistance on that. Like, it ran through my mind that, like, obviously we need to get the people to stand on it. I just didn't think about there would be two of them because of the reset. That's interesting. I get that you could have figured that out, but I feel like that's not the obvious, like, no one would think of that first. They would think of, oh, I need the thing to stand on it, because that's obvious. Something has to be standing on it. But making one of them frightened so that you could make it to the door, and then having another one push the reset, like that's a meta thing, right? That's you going outside of the mechanics and taking advantage of how the system itself works. That's why I don't think that was supposed to be, or that's not as obvious a solution. I guess we gotta take the elevator back down. Just gotta push this. Slide this down. And as always, we'll do all the endings. So don't worry, we'll go to Myst Island with the tablet. We'll give it to Yisha. We'll do all the things. Although it should have said something that incorporated the waiting, so you know it was an option. Yeah, like if he had met us at the top of the tower and like looked, basically we come up the tower and then he's like over here between like the tablet stand and the like sight thing, and he's like, you know, even if he was just like a throwaway, you know, great things come to those who wait kind of thing, just anything to tell you. But like I said, it's the problem that that is outside of if you're thinking from the player standpoint, like if you're the character, not the player, sorry, if you're the character and you go, I know there's a mechanic with these monsters that there will be two of them. That doesn't sound like something the character would think, right? That's something the player would think. So I don't know. I feel like that may have been a little bit of an oversight. Anyway, let's go.
Home was far behind. I was no longer a child. I journeyed deep, deep within myself, deep within the earth, down to the Denis cavern. I was alone for a time as I consumed my heritage, breathing deep the air of the cavern and the knowledge of my people. But the desire for companionship drove me mad. I engaged a Cenomar as my confidant, and a treadfish in the harbor became my younger brother. I spoke to them as family, and they answered. I swear, they answered. Then my mind took a final step into madness when I walked into the library on Agura and saw an old Denis man on the floor below me. Now I was imagining people to ease my loneliness. But he was no mirage. His name was Callum, and he was a Denis writer of ages. Trust did not come easily. There was conflict between us, between his ancient rules of Denis that I did not respect, and my creativity, which he feared. We fought and feared and battled and screamed until exhausted. We began to learn from each other. We learned of the power of both, just as father and mother had done. So I learned to write with all the skills that the Denis had known, beyond what my parents had taught me, for their lessons were given by a flawed instructor and by their own trial and error.
Rude.
I learned to write from a master, an opportunity father was never given. Callum's abilities were breathtaking. He knew all the Denis knew when Denis fell. But I taught as well as learned. There were things that the Denis were forbidden to write, words they feared, concepts they shunned, rules and boxes. I had no cultural fear of such things, so I dug deeper, asking questions that Callum could not answer. And together, we sought answers. That is how we learned of the Barrow and the tablet. I learned of its power. We grew in knowledge and strength, and Callum became one of my dearest friends. I began to think that it was he who would be the grower. But evil will find you, even in the depths of the earth. And Callum was murdered.
I wonder by whom. Again, obvious bad guy is obvious. I don't know if this is a good one, but I'm writing it down. More books. Alright, my guess is, yeah, this way. It says Kepik. Don't know what it means. This is the lever for the door above. Probably. Nope. This lever. Not, so we don't have to worry about doing this. ever again. And next book.
Power is a gift. Power is a curse.
Correct.
I learned of the fearsome power I wield on that day. The day of Callum's death. In a fit of rage, I destroyed the murderer, and I destroyed my innocence.
Lord, how?
And again, I learned that most things cannot be returned to how they were. And my power continued to grow even as I began to see that the prophecies of the grower might speak of me. My destiny began to be fulfilled. But there was still more. The least, abused, mistreated, misunderstood, ignored. They were mocked and scorned, and their hearts still show their pain. But they continue to serve. Such power they have, and yet they serve. They treated me with kindness, and I learned from them. They respected what I was becoming. With them, I learned new laws, new rules, and new powers. I used the powers to care for a tree to come, and the tablet allowed me to grow beyond Tiana, beyond father and mother, beyond Denis, beyond Callum. The tablet held them. The tablet chained them. The tablet held me. The tablet empowered me. I watched with them. I waited with them. I learned with them. I called them from captivity and grew while they gathered. Together we became both weak and strong. And then my time came. My time to take the tablet. My time to choose. I was ready. I felt the pull of holding it, of channeling and releasing the full power of the Barrow. I would right the wrongs. I would set things the way they should be. I would choose well. I could not fail. I am the grower. I was so sure, so strong, so wise. But I didn't open myself and listen to the Maker. The noise of me drowned his quiet voice. And I failed. Failed to see anything beyond myself and what was obvious. And pain came quickly when I realized what I had done. The tablet returned and the Barrow continued to serve. The pain still burns me. But the powerful Barrow simply wait and serve. Pain is often how we learn.
There's the snake again.
But it is not for us to give. We are not the teachers. We must not abuse them.
Has anybody tried drawing
We
these
must
on the
not
tablets to
abuse
see what
the Barrow.
happens? Like these symbols in these journals? Does anything happen when you draw them? Oh, no one's going that way.
How could I have not seen the true path? I see it now so clearly. But can I get another chance to make things right? They came to Denis, those who felt cold.
Yes, we've seen at
I
least
knew
two
they
of them.
would.
At
I was
least one
prepared
is
for them, and I pointed the way. I spoke often of the pride of Denis, of their belief in their own power and strength, and the reason that Denis once fell. And a few understand, and they begin to follow me. I am the grower. I would lead them to rebuild. Yet another burden. But what is the task of a grower? My father wrote Another Age, but I see that the tree is not a place, but a people. The heart of a people. That is what must grow. If only I had another chance to make things right. The tablet is the key. How could I have failed?
Because I don't remember which one it was. Hopefully she doesn't read this every time we open
These
it.
pages.
Nope. It does. Okay.
I am finding where I am by understanding where I was.
No, not that.
Pride is a
We-
thief.
We've seen
Pride stole the
this
soul
one.
of the Denis people.
Right, that.
Pride stole my own brothers. The temptation was too great. It is not the power, but the desire for... The stranger, the friend, return. I am sick of the grower. Oh, yeah. To Mana, my home. I was very young when I first felt strong. Indeed, I was young, but I thought I understood. I had many abilities, even then, but little wisdom. Better to have... I was very young when I first felt... alone. Home was far behind. Power is a gift. Power is a curse. I learned of the fearsome power I wield on that day. The day of Callum's death. In a fit of...
So, like, if they're telling a story, it's like the person on the left ends up disappearing, coming back, but the person on the right turns into the snake.
How could I have not seen the...
Oh, a snake is something that they fear. Obviously, we can't go that way. So I don't know if this symbology is important there, but we should have... Yep, there's our last book. There's our thing. Alright, first things first. Book. Achievement unlocked. Ding. No.
I see it so clearly.
2005, they would have achievements by then.
Chance to determine the destiny
not on PC,
of the tablet.
but...
I can feel it. To be so close and yet so powerless, it drives me mad. The tablet sits there, holding the power of the Barrow captive, and I alone know what to do. I failed once, but what does that mean? Why am I punished when I could accomplish so much? The rules seem so arbitrary, some game of the Maker that only he understands. This legacy of failure. And now I see this final chance to right generations of wrong, to unleash the power that has been held for thousands of years. It is at my fingertips. I know what must be done, but I cannot speak of it for fear that it would somehow break the rules, tarnish the heart, taint the act, soil the innocence. I had a dream. I am carrying the seed of Denis, the seed of all things that are Denis, through a small cave. I come to a place where the path stops. And there are two holes, one above me and one below me. And through the hole below, I can see the Denis cavern in the great city. And through the hole above, I can see the sky and sun. A voice calls to me. In which hole will you plant the seed? And I know it is easy to drop the seed in the hole below. And I know it is impossible to throw the seed through the hole above. I call out to the voice asking for wisdom. And the voice answers me. Do not drop the seed in the hole below, for that is easy. But that is the way of the past. Do not throw the seed in the hole above, for that is difficult, and that is the task for another. In which hole will you plant the seed? And I know what to do. And I know I am the grower.
Alright. All the books. Watch this. Position face.
What am I left with?
Another extreme close-up.
Why did he leave this weight on me? Did I ask for this? Did I ask to lose my brothers? Did I ask to cause the death of Callum? Did I ask to watch my mother die? Did I ask to be my father's
Hashtag
tool?
FaceTime.
Did I ask for so much power? Did I ask to be so alone? Father, I wish you could hold me.
Okie dokie. Alright, so you said if I want to try them out, basically don't pick up, don't go into this one just yet, right? Go to a different one. and use it in order to see what they do? Can we go back to these? How do we go back to it? Or how do we grab the tablets? Do we go back to their like last area? Like, how do we get the tablet is what I'm saying. To draw on it. You don't think you can play it back? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, we can try. Nope, doesn't look like it. Oh well. Okie dokie. Oh, we need to go to the one that has the left. That one. Yeah, I noticed that too. Like this one. Actually, we do have a drawing for the circular one, I think. Save since they wrote what
These pages.
Journals what they were in.
I am finding where I am by understanding where I was. Pride is a thief. Pride stole
That's not the right shape.
the stranger, the friend. I am sick of the grower. Oh, yeah. Tamana, my home.
I'm done with the zoom at
I was
least.
very young when I first felt strong.
See, we have this one.
Indeed, I was young, but I thought I understood. I had many abilities, even then, but little wisdom.
Control this one. Yeah, let's see what happens when we draw this. We have a circle here. Here. Curved line. That. See what happens. Fox. Oh well. You down for now. Talk to this obviously not a villain. Oh wow, just teleport me through the stones.
I wish you could see Lakian as I remember it. Anticipation. The calls of the beasts bellowing out over the warm airs. And conversations as we waited for the fires to burn.
Oh, it was singing.
Battle to begin.
Singing.
This was a place of great strength and triumph. I wonder if you possess such courage.
Rude.
The door to the trade house is locked, but the jeweler door on the other side, that can be unlocked.
Alright, let's look around first. We're in a new place. Find what our pool of water for no other reason than it. Anything useful in there? Gemstones. Guess we should bring the tablet with it. Backtrack. Always, they'll always take it back home if we don't need it. It has sidekicks to it. Cool. Well, that's inviting. Bone River over here. Oh, we could have just gone. Hello, maybe friend. Ah, we can kick up a sandstorm. That's good to know. Might need that for, I guess, visibility reasons. Oh yeah, okay, so there was a shortcut. You didn't have to walk all the way around. You could just walk through here. Okay. Here, there's some levers. Keep exploring first. Get an idea of what we have. I guess as the levers are going to open up the middle in some way that allows us to progress. Doesn't seem to be doing squat. Okay. Nothing in there. See the symbol. No, it doesn't look like we can see it. Fortunately. Alright, well, that looks like maybe that's what we have to do is stop the water? Drain the water somehow? Oh no, it's gonna be all over again. Alright, I guess we're gonna need power or something. Oh, and how we get power. Wind power! Big old windmill up there. There we go. This. Close that door. Close this. Oh, it's still open. Ah, yes, of course. Well, that's super helpful. Don't know what the symbol is. I guess it doesn't matter. I know what it wants us to do. Watch us run out of storm. I knew it. We're gonna run out of storm right there. Alright. Put our tablet back, please. Thank you. Do we have a new symbol in here? No. Thing is, we need the symbol for that pedestal that's under the stuff so that we can, like, I know what it wants us to do. It wants us to put on the wind, rotate the cage, and then use this to go back out that way. But we need the symbol. Unless there's a way to stop the water and try going further on. Oh, can't get past invisible wall. Okay, so we know how to engage the puzzle. We know what that puzzle wants. We just need to know the second symbol is. I'm gonna be real mad if it already put the second symbol on the main hub. So that you could fast travel there. Oh, look, it did. Okay. Good. So we need to do is we need first do this. Do that. Alright, do that one. While you do that, I'm gonna go up here. The nose. Oh, no. Open that. Oh, don't take my tablet. Ah, okay, we're taking it. I don't care. Oh, that raises it. Okay. That's that. Didn't know you could raise it out of the sludge. Now we just go back to the beginning area, fast travel, grab our tablet, and go. Right? Is that facing the right direction? Oh, no, it's not. That's rude. Oh, and we're on this one. Okie dokie, and we can't even use that thing to get back either. We need to make sure after we do the sandstorm we grab the tablet again so that they don't take it back. If we go here now, I'll be in the right spot. Oh yeah, well, nice. Okay, never mind. Oh, where I get murdered? No. Okay. Oh look, it's a person. Put the tablet up there, friend? Okay, we need to see what our goals are. Nice. Effective, I guess. What do these do? No. Okay. Door. Oh. I'm sorry. No? Okay. Fair enough, I guess. Not sure why we need to be up there, but shortcut. Drop you right down. Can't make this a two-way shortcut. Make walk back up here. Give you a shortcut so you can find your way back over here, just in case your tablet gets taken or gets put up on a platform way too high. Alright, what does this get us? What does the platform being up here do? Nothing. We want to be on the second floor. didn't go down. Okay. Run record is under 2 minutes. I mean, yeah, because all you have to do is do the last symbol and you're good to go. You don't even have to do any of this other stuff. Okay. He glitches through the map. Fun. Okay. Do the silly thing of just like off the platform. No, you can't do that. I had to fight with these problems too. Reason why not good. Oh, there we go. Want. Fight with what problems? Like the speedrunning problems or the ability to skip puzzles? Buggy. Uh-huh. We want this to be higher so when we put our weight on it, it pushes us down a level, but I'm not sure how the eyes, the doors, the little guys, play a part in that. Well, whatever it is, we may have just figured it out, so. Nope. I guess it's like a pressure thing. We need enough pressure to keep it up, but not enough to make it go all the way. Yeah. They should just let you get off there. I know that skips the puzzle, but like, come on. Alright. So, let's close this one. See what happens. Device on the far left. Ah! Thank you. I see. The buttons correspond to... We do that. Ah, I see. Okay. If both of those are open... Only one. Is this always only one? Yeah, it seems like it's always only one. So... This one needs to be, I guess. Is that too closed or too open? And I guess open. Closed. Maybe that. Yes. If not, we'll reverse them. Incorrect. That means we need to reverse them. This one. Well, I don't. One way to keep one eye. That one has to be right. That. Survey says this doesn't look great. Oh. Okay, so the device on the far left telling us something. Don't know what. Have to like balance it then? I don't. Like, this only needs one. Indeed. Seems balanced. Guess we'll give that a try. Balance the left and the right, I don't know. Help us. Doesn't seem to be. Oh. Passed it up. This, yeah, it goes from top to bottom. Right? Yeah. Tried matching it, we tried reversing it. Oh, we I've even tried balancing it. I don't understand what this is helping us. Unless somebody has to stand on this like the last area. I mean, we can try that, but it would take us forever to get back. Give it a go. Probably not the right answer, but I mean, you can't get here without doing things. Be patient and goes up with it. I don't know if like there needs to be weight on that in order for these to pop down to match those, and that pushes you up, or if I'm overthinking it, like I do basically every puzzle in every game. No, come back. Rude. Do anything. Alright. I mean, that's our exit. But once we figure out this puzzle, we're almost done. Problem is, how do we figure out this puzzle? Okay. We match this. Match this and then push the button. What happens? It comes all the way down. Close all of the happens. Nothing. Oh, it's actually changing to nighttime. Do that in any of the other places? It's moon frequently. Sun. That's kind of cool. I'm just trial and error and some stuff right now. That's where we're at. I'm trying to see if there's ever a point where it doesn't go down with us on it. So far, it seems the answer is no. So we've tried all open, all closed. Or we're about to try all closed. And see what that does positioning-wise. All open and all closed both go all the way down. Okay. Let's try all one eyes. That gets it. Okay. That's also not helpful. Alright, so my only other guess is something this. Something to do with wind powder, power. Oh god, we can't see it. It's probably not the safest place to do that. It changed. Why did it change? It changed back. Is that just a bug? Maybe it can't go up during a sandstorm? I don't. Okay. Any essences we can find? Can't climb here. We've obviously climbed higher. Round. Central rank. Hello, can you assist me? Right back at you. Another friend. Didn't work. Okay. You got no little smiley faces. What's wrong with you? Alright. Enough silliness. Yes, as long as it's not too obvious, I could use another hint. I've tried almost every combination of those things I could think of, and we're not getting anywhere. Standing on a scale. Okay. So that's how much we weigh. Is 31 pounds. So now we have to put that. We tried matching it. Okay, so we're 30 pounds. Oh no, wait. Yeah, no. No, that'd be 60. 3 twice. Should be that, which we've tried. I guess the pedestal weighs something? We don't know how much the pedestal weighs. rip up the pedestal and put it over there. Yes, 80 pounds. It's more than that. That's the thing, we've tried them like all open and it still goes down. There's not any weight we can input. Makes it where it doesn't go down. We're just too heavy. Do this, get back on it, it'll still go down. I don't know how we're supposed to know. Okay. It doesn't stop. So, unless it's one of those that has to be exact for some dumb reason. Because in theory, if this is balancing, having everything open should be more than us combined, right? Whatever's on here combined, so that even if we don't stop here, we would get stuck like up there somewhere. But with all of them open, we still come to the bottom. I don't... Can't, as far as I know, we can't possess one of the Dooney creature, or the Barrow creatures. Like, we could get them to stand on it, but still doesn't help us. Pushing the big center button between tries helps. Okay. Yeah, it has a lot of pressure to... Is this how we, like, lock in the pressure? Is that what's going wrong? Is we didn't push that button, so it's not locking it in? Like, now we try it? Okay, so that locks it. Okie dokie. That's not a very legible puzzle. Okay, so now we know that CD2 is too much. Try this. I guess what we need to do, smart thing to do, is figure out what level what level does it balance there. Okay. So now if we do that, it should be able to take both us and the thing. Actually, it shouldn't move in theory. Wait, did I push the big button? Big button again, just to be safe. Yeah, I didn't push it. Don't worry about the tablet just yet. If we need it, we can come back. So we know that that's only one. If we did this correctly, it should stop here. Okay. Oh. Wasn't the fact that I was overcomplicating it. It's the fact that the big button doesn't tell you that that's how you lock in your hello. It just because at first it just looks like it moves the
Here.
elevator.
We watched the harvest of the gems, freed from the conquered lucky, painted with their bloods. What triumph! What grand sport! What displays of strength! Isha finds such strength brutal, even as she seeks it herself. Ah! To have such fellowship with my people again.
Ah, we need a code. Of course we do. Why else would we have buttons that open cages? Circle back around to the other side. Okay. That too. Okay. That connected to. That maybe? Now we get to do the puzzle again, but differently. At least that's my guess. Other side. I think I know what we have to do. This is tied to the platform, correct? We have to figure out how much a borrow weighs. We can get them to put the tablet back on the pedestal, pushing it down, and then that would push us up. There was a way to... on a scale, maybe? Maybe we can get them to go on a scale. Well, we'll have to subtract 1, because that's how much the tablet weighs. Add our two together. I don't know if we can get them to go on the scale, but we're gonna try. Nope. Not look like. Trial and error of this. They weigh as much as we. Try this trick again. Doubtful because they never really step on them. Yeah. Okay, so they weigh more than we do. That. Might be overthinking this. We need it all the way up, and then we need them to push it all the way down. I don't know. basically we need what just happened to happen with them on it. And then what we'll do is we'll go down there, pull up the weight, maybe. Right? I might still be thinking this. I don't know. This is irritating. Can't remember if I pushed the button or not. This one. Button. Back. At some point, we shouldn't be able to push it down. Like now. Yeah. At least there's fast travel. You don't have to run all the way back. Where's that option? They're not heavy enough. So that. Quick yes or no. Am I overthinking this? Take that as a definite maybe then. Wait. What are my thoughts? Well, I was thinking the weight has to be enough to make the pillar go all the way to the top. But it has to be also low enough to when we summon the borrow to go on the platform, pushes all the way down. And once the platform's all the way down here, the one that's in this little tunnel area will push us all the way up to where we want to go. But the problem is we have to figure out what weight keeps this all the way up, but also is low enough for them to push it all the way down. The irritating part is whenever we're wrong, we have to effectively run all the way around to grab the things and teleport and... it's a lot of running around because of the trial and error. Because the only person's weight we know is our own. I don't even know why we came back here. Come back here. And that's another frustrating thing is I'm teleporting so much I don't even know where I'm supposed to be standing. I push the button, it's back up. I need to put the stone down to see if it'll go down. So I need to do this. No, I didn't get the code for that. That's what I'm working on. At least that's what I'm assuming I'm working on. Okay, so we know they weigh this. Now we need the tablet again. Won't find the code here. Hold on, hold on. I mean, I know I gotta go in here. My goal is by doing the thing upstairs. Like if I do this, right? I can't. Tablet in my hand. Drop the tablet here. Because this causes that to go up. Drop the tablet here. Oh wow. I just can't bring the tablet in here for some reason. Beginning of the 8th. Okay. Great, now I have the tablet but don't have the tablet. Game. I have the tablet but don't have the tablet. Great. Now I can't even put it down. Now it doesn't exist. Now it's over there. Okay. There's open doors on the sides, but the one we're trying to get through is there. Looking for shapes. Order of the shapes is going to tell us which one the table. One in the middle that we can't see, or wow. Thank you. Full. Let's hope our tablet isn't bugged out. Now we've got to fix this weight, and I don't remember. Anybody remember what our weight was for this? I didn't write it down. I didn't. Get 16 from. This be 10? No, 5. So it's 1, 5. Weigh 6. Wait. Oh, you're going off the circle, so that's. Pedestal is 9. We weigh 6. This weighs 1. No, that's not 6. That's 6. So with this, we should be able to take the thing with us to the thing. Okay. not have the slate with us? Can we do this? That's... Wait. No, wait, that's 8. That's 9, so we need another one of these. Got it. Yeah, this one. Why'd that not work? Two of these is one of those, right? Can I push the button? Oh, maybe not. Let me make sure. Alright, button pushed. Okay, yeah, those. Alright, so. Circle. Square. Angle. Hexagon. Yay! Whole bunch of axe. That might be important. Oh. Red. Oh. Oh. First that. And that is blue. Oh, it's a bluish purple. Okay. No? No? You're not gonna let us shortcut? How rude. Okay. Here do we need a color code? Oh Lord. Or should unlock somewhere. Ah, the handles. Okay. Thank you. That saves us some time at least. Now we still have a color code. Red, red, green, blue. Go. Excellent. Red, green, blue gives us a storm. Just don't understand what the Paro is rolling. So, yeah, that is interesting. Alright, so the only puzzle we have left, other than the colors that mean absolutely nothing to us currently, is this one. But how do we can't take the tablet down here. Can't push that button and be on this platform. Once you get off of this button, that's it. We just need to push it up all the way. Climb up it now? No. That you'll need the help of the bar. Yeah, but I can't use the tablet down here. At least it wasn't letting me use it earlier. Plan is this one to summon it, because that'll be the closest one. We can just do that. Well, maybe we need the snake, actually. Can't do the whole thing while... Sure. Cool. So, red, green, red, yellow. Now it should be. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's another red. Red. Blue. Cool. Cool. Now we have another symbol.
Once again, you impress me with your ability. The way has not been easy. You've come here via the way of the Krish, the warriors, the natives who traveled here to subdue the beasts for us. And what has become of them? Back to their barbaric ways? What a waste. Yet more destruction at the hands of the outsiders who have never understood what the Khni is. And now they can rebuild it?
Okay. So now we're looking puzzle or a new tablet. Do the antler thing in a little bit. Kind of exploring this. Oh, okay. There. Can't. Must be this way. Oh, there's something over there, so that's good. Oh, who needs a Snickers when you're talking about Escher or whatever his name is? Villain, that's what we call him. Okay, full. Not invisible wall. So. Outsiders have never understood what Duckney is. Yeah. I don't think he understands what Duckney is, to be honest. Ah, here we go. Oh, no. Counterweights. Can we not unhook the counterweights? Why is this even here? Ah. Okay. So wait, was that just supposed to be our answer? Little big. So that. 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 Hmm. Huh? Oh, maybe these are too small. No? What was those? Maybe it's a different medium. I don't even know if this is related. The fact that it exists makes me believe that it might be. Pull on them all. Oh, that did something. I guess it's related. Cool. Gosh darn it. Okay, they're all up. Okay. Drop 2 of the mediums and put... There we go. Before we do that, so let's see which ones we've pulled. I guess that's 1, 2, 5. Okay. We're gonna go back and get our tablet. Actually, we could. You can recognize red, green, blue as wavelengths for a sandstorm. You can figure out that that's the antlers. Yeah. All right. Moving on through. Unipad Pro 2. I don't know if I'd call it a Pro, but... Over there? I can't see. Is there a telescope? Ladder? Something left of my dignity? Need to get to. How do we get there? Slingshot? Can we jump into it and just eat ourselves all the way over there? Why did we need to be up here? I'm guessing to see this, but there's absolutely no way for us. What's over there? I swear to God, if there's just a path over there. I don't. Can't just walk over there. Good. That's fine. collectible. Wait. I have an idea. Yes! That is our new wind symbol. That's what I thought. Cool. I know what you're talking about. That totally looks like that. Almost identical. What do you say? Here. Down. Yeah, me too, buddy. Scratching your head. The thing I saw. Part of the drawing? This round ball right here. Okay, I don't know why that difference. You'll take RRGB as wavelengths for a sandstorm, but you have to be almost exact to get the... Oh, you didn't even bring it to the right place. If you take it behind me, I'm gonna punch you. Let me in there. Let me in there. I get it's thinking we're drawing this symbol, but dark when we saw the flag. So I'm missing something in the drawing, like supposed to connect. Like, that's not what I wanted. I must be missing some detail. Go round 2. Alright, gotta summon the Sandstorm, RGB. Oh, there's little tail. Really? That's what I'm missing? Fight me. You can't say, oh, you don't have the tail when our Sandstorm is summoned by this. We missed 2 ticks for a tail. No idea what it's talking about, but this is somehow that. Well, on the upside, he didn't take it home. Yay! Before we... Okay. Got a... one last monologue, even though you said it
The
earlier.
distant isle. Very few have been here. You have done well. Treasures were kept here, and still are. The tablet on the keep is perhaps the greatest treasure ever held by man or beast. And you will hold it soon. Power is in your hands, friend.
No, it's literally not. It's on the pedestal.
Whether
there.
you like it or not.
Teleport out of here. Good on you. Alright. Save time. Also, the thing that I had planned this evening, those plans have been changed / canceled, so we'll be able to finish this today. Assuming that this last area does not, or this last decision does not take literally forever. And here we go. And now we can pick this thing. Alright, so now our choices are give it to Yisha or take it to Myst. So we have it in our hands. Save. Give it to Yisha. Here you go. Okay, is one of them to bludgeon Escher with it? Because I want that ending, please. Yeah? You good? A real nice wall. Nice. go tell Escher. Where is he at? He's in Myst? Is that where he's waiting for us at? Waiting here, right? Yeah. What did they do to Myst? It's all jank. Who crashed the boat? Well, hello. Wait, they broke the chamber too. Those monsters. No! The white page. Okay, maybe the mechanical age. We can do the mechanical age, right? Nope. Darn. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, Sipper. This is what happens when your remaster goes wrong.
After everything, did you not trust me?
No.
After all the help I provided, all the aid and assistance? Well done. Now it has slipped through her hands. Wasted. Fool.
Yes, you are.
Now your journey has been a waste, and this precious island that once represented escape is now your prison.
Thanks.
We have all failed. You have accomplished nothing.
I want her to just like teleport behind him and be like,
And there is no
stab,
way from here.
and then teleport away.
No one will come for you. Myst Island is your end
Grab him when he links. Yeah, just
forever.
grab him right on the top of the head. Or just take his thing that he's using to link. Give me your patch. Oh no! But the fireplace. We can't go in the fireplace. Look, burnt. Burnt. Aww. Now the graves in the forest. We'll check that out. I'll admit, it's actually a pretty good rendition. Like, I mean, it doesn't look as good because it's not pre-rendered graphics, but they definitely spent the time to do this. Our grave is in the forest. I don't see it. Oh, here it is. Okay. I guess that's the end? Or it was also in Real Myst. Yeah, I knew about it in Real Myst. I didn't know about it in this one, obviously. At the end, we're just stuck? Kidding, right? Like, is this like a joke on the Myst ending where it's like, oh, you can go back and explore the island? Gotta be something, right? Alright, well, if this is literally the end, I'm about to reload and do the other endings. So. Look. Save game. Okay. Alright, don't give it to you. Bye. In the mist. Oh yeah, there would be 3 endings. There's give it to her, give it to him, and then us keep it. Yisha wants us to keep it. I guess we go here and we get to tell Escher that we're keeping it, man. You're still a bad dude.
So, you listened to my wise counsel and have brought the tablet.
You're a little too happy for it to be here, man. Also, wasn't this just a table at one point? Like in the original game?
There was no way for your feeble mind to comprehend the
Rude.
power of this Bahro tablet. It was meant for a worthier master. You couldn't fully grasp that the master of the tablet was the master of the Bahro, master of their full power. It was really only yours, briefly, and only then, to give to a true master.
Because
Did you think
bad
you
end
would
number
gain
2.
a piece of its power? Is that why you brought it? Or perhaps my words. Perhaps I don't give myself enough credit. Regardless. Now, it is mine.
Why are you drawn on it like a kindergartner?
Yes, my powerful servant, your new master is here. Let's see what remarkable feats you can perform.
Yeah, like he's literally like,
The new master of the art.
you've never held a pencil before? Like,
Oh, yes. Thank you, idiot. You performed well enough. So, I give you this wonderful island. Consider it a missed opportunity.
wow. You have absolutely zero right
This island
to make a missed pun.
that was always the place of escape has now
None
become
whatsoever.
your prison.
Bro, you are the villain of Myst 5.
Now, let's see where his power will take me. Unlimited agents and an army of Bahro to do my bidding. Wow. Fun I will have.
still can't move. What is that face? Give me. What did he do? Didn't even see what he did. Nope. And now we're stuck here again. Alright. So. Can't do anything there. Reload. Figure out how to get the third ending. My guess is we use it ourselves, but not quite sure how we do that. Just put it back, just lock it back into place. Oh, can't put it back into place. Don't give it to her, don't give it to him. Can we break it? Maybe there's something in the... There's got to be a good ending, right? I guess we can go to Myst. Problem is, once we go to Myst, we can't get off of it. Go to Myst. Deserves it more than us. Yeah, the borrow, but I don't know how to... Oh. No, we can't drop... Yeah, we can. Oh, can they not come to Myst? Huh. I guess they can't come to Myst. Okay, good to know. I didn't know I could drop it, otherwise, yeah, that's an obvious solution. The borrow like, nah, man, we know it's a prison. We know it's a trick. You can't bring us to Myst. What's wrong with you? Exactly, Cyber. So there's 4 endings, yeah. Just leave it on Myst and just walk around. I know. Whoa. Get snatched.
I am set free. Your slavery of 10,000 years is over. And the burden of my family is lifted from my weary heart. Praise the Maker.
I'm not.
He brought you for this impossible task. You have done well,
I'm guessing this is the canon
and
ending.
many will rejoice. You have chosen the least as greatest. You have freed us all. Yourself of pride, me of the burden, and the good borrow of their enslavement.
Now let's go jump Escher.
You are worthy of the new Denis.
Beatrice? He's still alive!
Father,
My desert bird.
it's over. I didn't know if... I faltered. I was not always strong. I am so sorry.
No.
But what was asked of me, I have done. And now the tree grows again. Just to be your daughter again. Hold me.
I better place him in moving to a nicer house. How rude.
I'm so sorry. For this burden, this crushing weight. I cannot bear to think of it. But you carried it. I wish your mother could. You have truly
Just
become
bought a
a
new
grower.
table. Yeah, he took the one out of Myst, which is why that
Back
pedestal's
to
there
life.
now.
Another circle closes. Another new tree grows again.
He just dies right there, just... Ugh.
Thank you, my old friend.
Okay, so we are the same character.
Welcome to Rilishan. This new Dunny. It's been a long, long journey. Difficult journey. And I am old and weak.
Wouldn't we be old?
But
and
I've
weak?
lived long enough to see this day. To see my
We were the same age as
desert
him,
bird,
roughly?
my
Maybe a little
precious
younger?
Isha return as the grower. Filled with the wisdom of the Maker.
Given the time jump, I doubt it. The time jump.
Truly our long burden has been lifted. Now, my days can end. Here, in peace.
Oh, Uru. There he is! Get him!
Release me, I order you.
Oh,
I demand it. Let me
yes.
go, you evil.
There is this
demon.
to deal with.
You cannot hold me. I am Escher. I am the grower. Where is this? You idiot. Moronic lump of filth. You are nothing. Cut! I needed the power. I needed it. Dukni needed me. You threw it away to this witch and her legion of scum, the demon slaves. You've released the slaves as masters. You've turned the small to great. Curse the maker.
Silence. You are no longer subject to the great. You have become great yourselves. Do with him as you should to the least. For I
Ooh.
am no longer worthy to give
No,
counsel to
no.
you.
No, no.
Time to get snatched.
No.
Bye. they should make a small expansion for this
I am
game
not given
where you get a new tablet just to control
easily to
Escher.
those not close to me. But you have chosen well, my friend, and have allayed my fears. Many have been freed. Least will be greatest again, as it was before we began. The old is gone, and the new begun to grow. This is the new Denis, restored and free. Over none, under only the Maker. This restoration of Denis is not a restoration of the outside, of structures and stone, but of the inside, of hearts and truth.
Hearts and truth?
For
Awesome.
kingdoms are only as strong as the hearts of their people. Your heart is right. Welcome to this kingdom. Welcome to this new Denis.
I turn around, I forget something old. And we don't get to leave the entry, exactly. So. Okay, that was Myst 5. Need ND. Fun fact, Relishon is uni for the whole. Very cool. Ooh. So, once these get done, we'll do a little bit of a retrospective on this one. We'll save our full Myst retrospective until after Abduction, because I want to use Abduction as a reference for a modern game, but not as a part of the Myst series. But yeah, this one I'm gonna have an interesting conversation about. I'm not gonna spoil too much for right now, but okay, come on. I get it. A lot of people worked on the video game. Shiver. Do. Yeah, we get kidnapped by a Baru at the. That's what I was like. Wow, this is the good ending. Get snatched. I still wanna even just like a sub game. It's like a 3-hour game of just. It's the same tablet drawing mechanic, but instead of the Baru, it's only Escher. He has to show up and like figure out what's on the tablet. And you could just draw random stuff, and then he has to, like, figure it out. Pictionary charades with Esther. Yeah, but you can never lose. Because if you can't figure it out, you just send him back. The RRGB thing, yep. Sandstorms, man. Who knew? Come on. Okay, special thanks. That's usually at the end. Wanna have a discussion, but I wanna make sure there's no like end of credits scene. So, does Uru take place after this game or before? That's the question I have. So, gotta fix my display settings. They're all wonky. Wonky. Keep changing. Thank you. After 2004 for sure. Thank you. All right. So, Myst 5. What did I think? First thoughts. It's not fun to solve. Like, I was thinking about this last night. Offline before online is still present and still developing. For except that the Game Tap season of Uru Live in 2007. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. The problem I had with the puzzles in this game is, other than the first one, which is the ice level one, the puzzles were very unintuitive. They didn't really tell you solutions or partial solutions or anything that like you could start figuring out yourself. The weight puzzle you could argue does, because you'd be like, I push this and two things show up. And if you figured out that that was a scale, great. I did not put those two things together. I did not put, oh, me stepping on this thing is a scale. I thought that was like, this is going to give you a partial solution, and then you have to do something to get another part of the solution and do another thing, and you know. But I just feel like these puzzles weren't. They were a weird middle ground between the environmental puzzling from Riven and the you get stuck in a main puzzle age of like 4, right? I think the tablet drawing mechanic is a cool idea. I just don't think it's a cool Myst idea, right? If you had changed Isha and Atreus, that could have been a totally different game, and no one would have known it was developed as a Myst game. Well, I guess there's the Myst book at the end, right? But the way you interact with the ages is through that tablet. The way you interact with the other NPCs, the Barrow, is through the tablet. So there was a lot of focus on the tablet mechanic, which was fine, but that is not very Myst-like. I feel like this is either what happened is they were developing a new game and they're like, okay, well, the only way we can sell this is if we put Myst's name on it, because that happens, right? They'll put a big title's name on it in hopes that it will sell. If that's not the case, what I think might have been going through the minds is they were trying to develop for a 2005 or whenever this, I think it was 2005 that this came out, right? Myst 5. Yeah, 2005, right? So they were trying to develop for a new generation of gamers. And if I'm honest, the big games in 2005 weren't puzzle games. They really weren't. Like, the people playing puzzle games were probably few and far between. A lot of them had moved on to other things like platformers or management games or stuff like that. Puzzle games, weren't, from what I remember, weren't as big in 2005. So it's interesting as an evolution, but I feel like this is, if I put this in the series so far, I don't feel like this is a Myst game. I really don't. It did not feel Myst-like. The puzzles weren't as tight as the other Myst games. I feel like even Riven where the constraints were spread throughout the islands, you could still find them logically, right? So when we first ran into the topology thing in Riven, right? We knew we couldn't solve that because we didn't have the thing for it. But as soon as we found, that the platform where you put the colored balls in, we were like, bingo! Now we know what we need that for, right? So we could instantly connect those. Here, it's just kind of left up to you to kind of smash your head against it. And I feel like almost every puzzle was trial and error, and that doesn't feel good from a puzzle solving standpoint. Like, yeah, it felt like I was just constantly just being like, push a button, see if it happens, push a button, see if it happens, and I just kept doing that. The idea that you can accidentally stumble using the tablet mechanic into the end areas, albeit funny, is a bit of an oversight, because you don't want to be like, I'm going to play this game for the first time, draw this thing on tablet, I finished this age. Sorry, But also how it registered, like, what was on the tablet is completely, like, ambiguous. It's like, what exactly is it looking for? Because right there at the end, perfect example, we put RRGB, right? Put that on the tablet, and somehow that is the same thing as 3 wavy lines. Is it looking for specific points? Is it looking for, like, a certain curve? Like, it's not very clear, which I think is part of the issue. Like I said, it's a really cool mechanic if it was probably better fleshed out and maybe not connected to a Myst game. Unlike Riven, this game did not integrate the reading lore with the game. Yeah, the books that you pick, the things that are voiced by Yisha, I feel like were just your way of figuring out her state of mind, which is cool, but they didn't really help you like other journals. Like, when you're in Myst, at least Myst 1 through 4, and you pick up a journal, you're like, there's something important here. It might be a single page or a single drawing or whatever, but there is something important in this book. Period. This game didn't have that. There's, other than the getting the thing to sing, which probably wasn't necessary. The books are backstory exposition, and this is your first Myst game. That is fair, but I don't know of many people that would go, Myst 5. I haven't played Myst 1 through 4. Let's just play the 5th one. Like, that doesn't happen too often, especially when it's that far into the series, right? If this was like Myst 3, I could definitely see people being like, yeah, I'll pick it up. But 5, that's a bit deep. But, it just, it was nice to have the lore. Once again, choosing to voice act it is always a great thing, because it just allows people to get more immersed in it. That's why Uru is so important. This game as an end to the series is just awful. Yeah, see, that's the thing, is I didn't really enjoy my time with it, but I don't think it's a bad game. I think it's a poorly designed puzzle game, but I don't think it's a bad game. Would I recommend it to people? No, I think this is the first Myst game that I would recommend someone just kind of skip. Unless they want the story, in which case maybe watch a playthrough. Because because it expects you to move into the new, like, first person movement, that immediately takes you out of the Myst mindset. Because in Myst, it's about that step, look around, step, look around. Oh, there's a lever, pull. If you think back to 3, where we get into, I think it's Voltac, and it's like, because I forgot to look to the left in this one screen we stepped into, I didn't find the lever that we needed. Eventually found it, obviously. So it's one of those that's like, by going third person, they left the world became less interesting because they didn't need all of that stuff to make it interesting, right? So when they were doing first person, they have to actually create all the models. They can't get away with a bunch of really nice looking pre-rendered stuff. Um, so it has that issue of the worlds feel bigger, but a lot emptier, like really empty. We were walking around looking for stuff, and it's basically like if you're not on the path to from stone to stone, there's nothing else to see. Whereas in the other Myst games, as you're moving down paths, there's plenty to see. There's stuff off in the distance. There's little things that may hint at how you solve a puzzle or what happens when you solve a puzzle. Like there's a lot to see in almost every frame of the game. This game didn't have that, and I think that's because of that movement towards the first person movement. But yeah, overall, I don't think it was a bad game. I just don't think it was a good puzzle game. I felt like if your game results to more than one puzzle having trial and error, you're struggling to create a puzzle, right? That's just how that is. But yeah, we will be playing Uru. Uru is being thrown all up there in chat, so a lot of anticipation moving into Uru, which will be our last official Myst game, thing that's actually tied to Myst. But we will be playing Abduction, which is going to be the spiritual successor to Myst, to kind of explore that and see how the mentality has changed. Because I believe Abduction came out, 2016? Abduction. Came out, 2016. So the jump from 2005 to 2016, you're talking 11 years. That's going to be a different thing. And it also is going to come down, and I haven't played Abduction, so you guys obviously know the answer to this, but it's also going to be interesting to see if they go, well, let's go with more of the Riven type of stuff, where the world itself is going to be hiding your solutions, and then you have to start putting things in the right places to solve things. Or if they're going to be like, yeah, your puzzle is confined to this area, solve that puzzle, then move on, right? It might do both. Who knows? I mean, you guys know, the ones that have played Abduction, but I don't know. So it'll be interesting to play that. And like I said, after we get done with Uru and Abduction, I will take maybe, a part of a stream, kind of like what we're doing here, and we'll do a retrospective of the entire series, the likes, the dislikes, the pros, the cons, the changes in mindset and development, the changes in aesthetic, stuff like that. We'll do kind of a deep dive into the series, because that's what I want to do after basically every game series that we play through. Is like, why was it so popular? How did it get so popular? What does it do that maybe games today don't do, or don't do as well? Stuff like that. That's for today. I think that does officially end the stream today. We were able to go a little bit longer. But I hope you guys will join us tomorrow for Uru. We will be playing the single player version. It's called Uru Complete Chronicles. I got it off of GOG. That is the version we will be playing. And then after we're done with that, I'm not sure how long that will take. After we're done with that, we will move into Abduction. And when we start Abduction, I will create a poll for you guys to vote on what our next game series will be. I will tell you that 2 of them are older series, and 1 of them will probably be a newer series. So it'll be up to you guys to see where we go next. But until then, I hope you have a wonderful day. Yeah, thank you for keeping me company in the stream, Neurovac. It's much appreciated for you to be here. I'm glad I can distract you a little bit from work. Hopefully not too much, but I hope you all have a wonderful day, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow for Uru, the Complete Chronicles, I guess would be the full title. Anyways, have a wonderful day. Bye bye.